Hello, welcome. How are you? How are things? Wow. Ooh. I feel a little low energy today, but I should be fine. I'm good. I swear I had. I kept telling myself like, I should have news whenever I start streaming Monday, right? But then like nothing really funny happened over the weekend. So I'm a little high. Damn. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna finish the Archon Quest today. Okay. Okay. I have a joke. I have a joke. Shh. Shh. I'm ready. Are you guys ready? I took my meds. That's why I'm late today, because my meds were like, wow. You're gonna be a little bit fucked up today. Anyway, are you ready? Here you go. What's a fast zombie? A zombie. Hey. Anyway, okay. I have another thing. I made this. I made this for when I'm feeling a little mischievous. I was like, I gotta add something funny. Here I am. I was hoping I could make it like angry looking like expression, but like but Jasper's like smiling 90% of the time. it's it's still funny. Oh god. Wait. Turn off! Okay, there we go. It's a lot of work to like turn them off and on. But anyway, time to play some Genshin. Wow. Also, I have finished 91 books this year so far. Wow. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe I'm doing good. Just 9 more and then I'll be able to reach my goal of 100 books in this year. Thank you. What one day I'll do another book review someday, but like for now, none of them are really like safe for work to like share enough, or like the plot isn't like coherent enough. Oh no. That's okay. That's understandable. I used to like be sad when I had a phase in my life where I could not read books or like fan fiction without losing concentration. But now it's back. You know, like I might as well embrace it. Here we go. Wait, I gotta turn off the song. It's just some Stardew Valley music. Gonna raise my Genshin music, and then game should come on. Come on. Yay. Oh yeah, I played this team with Farina for like my weekly bosses, and she's so good. she beat Child really easily. I made her like my like the main DPS, even though like her artifact set is still Golden Troop. Yeah, you should get Baiju. He's worth it. Like especially if you get his HP to like 50k.
Exactly. Time itself is a silent song.
Hold on, sorry.
Tea parties
But
are
yeah.
a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Plus his burst is like constant healing for you, so it's really good with Farina. And some people are also saying like Jean is good with Farina because of her burst. And I don't know. I just felt like looking at Farina all the time. So I was like as much as I want to see Risley's ass on screen the whole time, it's just still kind of cute to like be looking at Farina. I don't know. I want to embrace femininity. Anyway, where do we go? I haven't got done my reputation stuff because like there was a world quest that happened. I was let's do it. Let's just do it. See? Let's just do it enough so I could do my world quest. So I could do my reputation because it's kind of annoying and I didn't want to miss it if it was an important world quest. You know what? Fuck team comp.
I have high hopes for this journey.
I've seen a lot of like oh shit. As much as I try to avoid spoilers, I've only seen like I've seen so many gifs of Child being yeeted. I'm like, okay, I have too many Child stands on my For You page, you know. What are you two arguing about? What good time? It was like all out of context, at least. But I did see him just getting yeeted. What happened to the chat? How come it's not working? What happened to chat? Huh? Yeah. What's going on? It's not working. What the fuck? None of them are working. Alright, I'll just turn it off for now. Wait, hold on. OBS doesn't really have like a good capture thing. Man, I wanted one like those fancy chat boxes. Yeah, I wanted those fancy chat boxes where like they're in bubbles and like it's cute and shit and like there's names of everyone, but like they're not free, and I don't know how to code. And I think I just need to buy some if I really want to. Like there's some cute ones I think on Coffee or like Etsy. Or I could find someone on Twitter that sells those, like the chat widgets. Maybe I'll do that. Because I kept like Googling chat widgets and then like nobody really like gives it out for, nobody has like a free, just standard looking basic chat widget. At least as far as like the first page of Google that I've seen. What if they have it on Twitter? Wait, let's go check. Adventure. Maybe they just have like a free Twitch chat widget, free to use. Oh, well, cat ghost not available. Green, purple, blue, orange, pink. Huh. Free. Oh, there's one. I see one. It looks okay. And maybe it'll be fine for now. It's pay to use option, free to use option. Let's see how it goes. There's cute stuff, I guess. Whoa. Free to use. There's pink, there's blue, there's orange, purple. I think orange is like the closest. Yeah. Wow. Look at us. Download instructions PDF. Okay, got you. we're editing our stream layout as we speak. We got this. My brain is like woozy. Go to streamelements.com. Overlay, create a new overlay. Ouch. Oh, I see. Bestie. Extract. Okay, there we go. We gotta go to stream elements. We gotta go to streamelements.com. You better load, beach. I will cry. Overlays? Where's overlays? Overlays. A new overlay. Excuse me, chat. And then click on the red button. There's no red button. I don't see a red button, bitch. Widget.io. Add widget. I don't see shit, bitch. What the fuck? How come? Oh, okay. Quick method. Allow. There we go. How do you delete this? I don't know how to click X. Where's delete? Oh, there we go. Add the Chrome. Add extension. I'm fine. Wait. Did that work? Oh, am I supposed to use? Sorry. I'm fine. I'm fine. Whoop. We're doing it, chat. We're doing it. How is everything? Add beach. I keep clicking add. And nothing's happening. Okay, there we go. There we go. Does it know me? I skipped step 1. There's the thing. Log in with Twitch, please. Log me in. Oh my god. Why must this take so long? I'm fine. Sorry for the delay. There we go. Start. And then there's the red button and it says upload. And it's the zip file and then create widget. Okay, the chat widget is loaded, ready to customize. Click on test messages. Huh? Send test messages. Oh heck. Okay. Got you. Alright. See, how do we look on stream with height, accent, color, name change? Oh, as a result, and you have customized everything. Save and copy the overlay URL. Overlay name. Chat widget. So the last thing you have to do is go to your streaming software, add source browser, paste overlay URL. I see. Save. And copy. And let's see how it goes. Add browser. All right. Can you try messaging? Wait, I'll do it. I'll do it. I can also do it. Test with test. Hello? Oh. Hey, there we go. Where's? Okay. Trying to put it below emote. Yeah, the height is like. There we go. Yay! Thank you, thank you. It was free and it was cute. So what happens? I think this is fine, right? Yeah. It's fine for now. Maybe a little smaller. That's it. That's it. It's cat. It reminds me of my other model. Gotta make me bigger. There we go. Hey, there we go. Yay, we did it. Ain't your editor, Jane? It's like the color of.
Where Ryo? I want to bark Ryo mod check. Where is our husband? Did he go out to get milk?
Hello.
I'll go pick him up so that won't happen.
He's here. I just need to like finish this cutscene because I want to get my reputation. Don't worry, I got you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Quite fantastic indeed. Mr. Steenberg that keeps saying. What happened to Arthur? Oh, shouldn't you have mentioned that before? Do you have something against me? Okay, I don't want to turn out accusing me of murder if anyone has to see it. Oh, ew. Ryo's great. He's I still want to give him like better artifacts, but you know, the grind isn't kind of nice to me. Why is he shorter? Aren't they like usually taller? I don't know what's wrong with this bot. Curve. I am merely Curve, Agent Talocard's assistant. Special investigations drone belonging to the Marichus Phantom. Next thing is alright, can we get to the Curve? What did you tell her? As you know, Agent Talocard must put up with it. Honestly, there's some kind of customer service agreement, those pesky products. I don't mean your offend Mr. Others of great influence. The same bird I'm looking at. Yeah, it's so cool. Okay. Oh. Residence testimony. It has been received video. I don't get vagrant. Oh, I know how this works. Rocher? Okay. Okay, if you're asking about anyone suspicious. I did always see a homeless drunk hanging around near the entrance of the newspaper. Slept there every night recently. Arthur? He disappeared.
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Wait. I need to get my reputation. That's all I needed. I'll do this later. Man, Caterpillar story made me sad. There we go, wait. I'll do this I'll do this later. Question what I say at your machine. This one, right? Alright, let's go. Let's go see Novelette. I'm fine. Ooh. I forgot about him.
You're here, finally.
Yeah, like I don't know why Farina makes me want to build her. Like she's at level 89 already, and then I'm like, man, I want better artifacts for her already.
Is something wrong? Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Oh no,
Please go see for yourself.
they're having a fight.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
You mad?
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
I prefer her short hair.
Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Yeah, damn Novelette.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly.
Ooh.
This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
What?
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Don't those sharp things hurt her legs when like she sits down or something? Farina, where you going? Slow-mo, wow. What
Did
does that
Farina
mean?
not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
My goodness.
Oh? Like
Okay,
what?
Novelette.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a
Wouldn't
thing?
Arlecchino help? Or Navia or something if you're on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson. Poisson! Poisson! Can you guys hear the voice
Well,
acting properly?
That's everyone,
Like,
huh?
I would be bummed if like turns out it's like too low for anyone to hear.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a
Let's do this
disaster,
thing.
so it's presently devoid
Oh,
of
it's them.
people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here,
Lily.
you know? Care for a cup?
The king of Delulu.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Baby, oh so cute. His little freckles. Like, he's such a baby. He's so cute. Hello. Just ignore that.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
He's so shy.
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful.
She
the
didn't even ask
spotlight at
Lily.
last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded. don't you
Clarence.
think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
I like her eyes. They're like, I don't know what it's called.
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
Aww.
Do go on.
Besties. They're one big happy family.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Ma'am, those buttons are fighting for their life.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee
You could see your
Hunters.
titties from this angle.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of
Yes,
King
he's so
Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work.
Is it so
They
important
even
to
left
like
a
level
unique
up
methodology of hunting in their wake.
burst? Because sometimes I feel bad that his burst doesn't do like a lot of damage.
A trap comprises of the following components:
I think
bait,
the most
a trigger, and a
I've
containment
done
device.
with his burst was
Sometimes
like
a lethal
18k
implement
per
will also
tick.
be necessary to deal with the
And there's
prey.
like a lot of ticks, right? It's like
So, if we were to
many
build a
hits at
trap
once.
together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
I see.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
King of the Lulu and King of the Twinks.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I don't know. I just remembered the Mythbusters. I don't know. Did you guys watch Mythbusters before? I used to watch them a lot. I really liked them. And like, I remember they did this experiment where they tried to see if it's true that elephants were afraid of mice. And like, turns out that they kind of are. It's so weird. Like, they're like, why? They're so big and they're afraid of mice. They did this thing where they made like a fake rock, right? And then like when the elephants would pass by, they would like move or turn over the rock. It's basically like a basket where like they would hide a mouse under it. So at first they did experiments where like they would just flip over the rock first without the mouse in it, and the elephants just kind of like ignored it, and then they added a mouse in it and flipped it over when the elephants would pass by, and the elephants got scared. They genuinely like reacted and like tried to like move away. I mean, they didn't run like in the cartoons or whatever, but they did like stop and like move a little bit away from the mouse. And they were like, what the heck is happening? Like, why are they afraid of the mouse?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it.
That was my favorite
If they're
thing. Like, I don't
realistic
know.
enough,
Like,
animals
you
of the
can't really
same kind
prove
will
if
follow
all of
them
them
all
like
the way
are
to
afraid
the
of
trap.
mice, right? But it was something.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Plus, he doesn't need to hunt. He only drinks soup.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, Our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
He is, yeah.
Wait, why is that?
He's such a gentleman.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Yeah, apparently, like, the meat of a scared prey tastes, it's like chewier and harder to chew than like a regular piece of meat or something.
Huh. We haven't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
I remember
It kinda
somebody
works,
told me
but
that.
maybe it's still not the best
That's why
metaphor.
people take care of their cows and shit, because like apparently they taste bad if they're scared or stressed.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
Yeah, he is.
But we shall require much more courage
He's like,
than
I don't
any
have an
hunter to
input.
judge
Why
a
did they
god,
invite me?
being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Clarence hunting metaphor is just a metaphor. Because what you should do is present now has a relation between you and Farina reach such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keep. I mean, I think even Risley is like, it should have been an email. Take your secrets is an sacrilegious suspect must be done to prevent Fontaine rising. Yeah, this should have been an email gang. It's like Fremine, Risley, Al-Haytham. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. Stage of fate. Go to Spina di Rosula. Wow. At least let me get to the destination.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me I'm hungry.
Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up.
Yesterday, right at midnight, I was like excited because I was like, I'm gonna cook rice early in the morning and I'm gonna make hot dog and eggs because I am craving hot dog silog. But then yesterday morning, my brother unplugged the rice cooker before the rice even cooked. So my whole ass lunch was ruined. Everything was ruined. I tasted the rice while I was like about to eat the hot dogs. And it was crunchy and soggy at the same time. And he didn't check. He was like, oh, but it's at warm. And I'm like, bitch, just because it's at warm does not mean it's already cooked. And he just ruined it. I was mad at him the whole day.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
You feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
What's that?
What's that? Who did that? Arlecchino? Is that Arlecchino?
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened.
Ah?
I'm just joining you two for tea.
Oh, it's the hexen circle.
I nearly refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice?
Nicole?
But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby.
Yeah, same. I
Just
was like,
accepting a commission
oh,
from
is
my
that
friend's
false lower?
disciple on a whim.
Password commission for my friend's disciple. Oh, Mona. This is one of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N, the Hexen Circle. Will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Can there really be no exceptions? Fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods.
What's
Could
her accent?
things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Seeing the teacup is just about God as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well,
we didn't even make it.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? Tea. Does she just want us to invite Risley or something? Because what happened? When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I
Mona.
walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
How have you been doing these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over. Wow.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred
dead
now, and N's been around for longer than that.
She's just a spirit? Is that why she shows up to us?
Whoa. The
She's a
Heads in
ghost?
Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could
Why is her
understand
boobs
anything she said.
bouncing? She's not doing anything.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but
It's always
I
bouncing.
suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Yeah, it does. It's like boing, boing, boing. Her words were meant to help, but when will we realize value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have given?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
Aww.
I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Okay, Paimon. Go to the newsstand. Come on. Let's go, Riceley. Let's go. Wait, where is it? This one?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we'll
Let
find it.
Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Oh.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Moving forward. Where we go? Where are we going? Are we just going here?
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Hasn't already sold out?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all.
Move.
Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise
Why are
tomorrow.
you trying to make her panic?
You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
True.
No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
So Sijuin isn't even like half human. She's just a plain old Melusine. But why did they make her look human?
She said that humans are creatures that
Why
are
am I
saddened
angry?
easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
Okay, wait. Let's order coffee, please.
And there she goes.
Huh? Okay, Paimon host. The words on the screen is different from what she said.
All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Share a glance at Paimon and sniff down the cake.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Is it expensive? I am craving cake.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Oh, Charlotte's there. Charlotte. I still don't have Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Hello, welcome.
It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Are you Ito? Because I want to be your one and only.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
You need props for an interview?
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist, but anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
I thought, okay, I guess it was a contradiction. But
So nice.
yeah.
All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
I have a feeling we might find out like more lore about her in her story quest, or like hangout quest, I guess. But I my theory with like Creiuz is that they're like most of them have been like abandoned by people they loved most, like or their family. Like Kaya, right? Like he got his vision when D-Luke attacked him, and that's when he felt like alone, because like it feels like his family had forsaken him or something. And Diona also got hers because you know, when her dad became like a drunkard, or like it happened when he was too drunk and she thought he was gonna die, so she felt abandoned, right? And even Rosaria was like, she got hers when she had to leave, and her quote unquote dad told her like, oh, you should kill me so that you can leave peacefully, and she got that. And then like Shanha also got hers because her family was like, oh, you're cursed, I don't want to be around you, and then abandons her and like tries to get her killed, right? I feel like maybe Charlotte is just hiding like pain, maybe like she's just being happy because she got the job that she wanted. And I don't know, maybe we'll get more from her in the hangout quest and the hangout stuff. I have a feeling it has something to do with family, like why she became like such a good journalist or something. Maybe one of her family is like committed a crime and she was a witness, and she was like, oh, I don't know. Or maybe like they put her down for like wanting to be a journalist. And she's like, but I want the truth to be out there.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Even Ayaka was like, she got her vision because, you know how like they lost their parents, and then Ayato got really busy because he had to like take over their dad's stuff, and then like she felt like she was left alone, or that like she doesn't have family anymore, because suddenly like Ayato needs to be like somewhere else all the time, and that's why Ayaka's vision is also cryo. And Risley, obviously, because
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
he figured out that his parents were actually like fake, and like were selling off his siblings, right? That's like a betrayal from the family as well.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all
Chongyin
of Tefat
also,
that
I
would
think
be destroyed tomorrow.
His family
Where would
probably
we
isn't
go
treating
and
him
what
right
would we
because of his
do?
yang energy.
No, Paimon should
Like
ask
people think he
if
can't be
you could
like a
choose,
normal
what would you
exorcist
like to do?
anymore. If I could choose.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yeah, sometimes there's nothing we can do. We have to accept fate and like keep going. Matter goes between two of you. It's time to and then you return to your accommodation and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Zula safe house. Flavs and Navia, having finished their business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. So we're timekeeping.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes,
Who
I'm
else is
Isadora.
cryo?
Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So under the impression you wanted that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale
Maréchaussée.
riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission,
Okay, for a
some
minute,
other
I don't
audience
know.
members suddenly
We
started
should get a hangout
harassing
quest for
her.
Fermini.
Loudly
I mean,
accusing
he is
her
an
of doing
orphan,
nothing
right?
about the prophecy crisis.
Like that probably has something to do with why he's
And
cryo.
before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary.
Oh, I
But
see.
the moment
Yeah.
people feel threatened, gods are also
Oh.
the first to be blamed.
Okay, I see.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
I see you're an expert already in Fermine lore.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further
But yeah,
argument
that
was
means something,
pointless,
right? Like
she claimed
cryo
that she'd
characters are
gotten
usually
tired
like
of this and
quote
left
unquote
in a hurry.
abandoned by their family.
The Maréchaussée Phantom
Abandoned
had
or
their hands
betrayed by their
full
family.
maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone.
See,
Only when
it's like-
things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Something about like they cherish their family so much, but then they get betrayed in like the worst way.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The
Even,
Maréchaussée has dispatched
Chi-Chi,
many people to
it's
search
like-
for her, but we don't
like-
have any leads yet.
She was accidentally killed by the Adepti that she believed would protect everyone, right? That's why she became cryo.
I don't think there's much
course,
to worry
of course.
about.
He
She
plays
is a
volleyball.
god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Probably we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on
If
quickly.
we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective on you good. Looks like those detective novels have an
In that case,
effect
there's
on
not
you.
a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Let's go. Hold on, excuse me. I see something shiny. I must get the vegetables. Thank you. Find Farina and Fossil. Anyway, let's I guess I should look level quality. Cryo. What happened with Layla again? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know much about everybody else. Mika. Yeah. But I don't know much about her family. I don't remember Ganya's as well. Isn't she like she feels disconnected from both like her adepti self and like her human side, because she doesn't know like which one like accepts her more, or which one she wants to be, because she's half human or something. And that feels like that's why she's cryo, because she doesn't feel accepted by either of her like quote unquote species. Oh wait, that's underground. Never mind. I thought it was over.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors
right
must
here.
have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs.
Please. Anyway.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Okay. Vincenzo. Please try and stay. It's not the time to go to Poisson, so please come back. You are? I'm with Spina de Rosula. As you can see, the town suffered flooding recently. It's a total mess. Well, the waters have receded for now. No one knows what's going to happen. Perhaps you also know of the prophecy. Anyway, the townspeople are already evacuated. No help is needed right now, so you should really get out of here too. Bitch, I have an Archon Quest. Look at his ass. It's like right in front of your face every time you walk with him, you know? So distracting. Like, I know his... Open the door. Please open for me. I can bring you snacks. Get it, chat? Because communication is key. So stupid. Oh, there she is.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over. Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Well, they're mad.
Farina,
Yeah,
those
she
people
is.
seem to be after you.
They are
Gaslighting herself.
They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Jesus, oh my God. Come back. The clip-clopping of their feet are like so weird.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Oh wait, that's where.
Fine,
That's where I went.
suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
That's where I went. I was like, open the door. My goodness, what the fuck?
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh. Ew, what the fuck is that? Earthquake?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Finally, now she's talking about her astral feelings. She's starting to look far less stiff.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
You still haven't given up, right?
Give up. love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
That would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get information out of her. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden.
Share my burden? That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
You can do a stage whisper, Farina. There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. Let's go. Tell us everything. Please. Before something happens, before the earthquake. I knew it! Oh, ew. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. What? What? Oh my god, Lily. Lily.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Boing, boing.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
What's going on? What's happening? Hello? Oh.
Paimon can't
She
believe
giving up.
it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson.
it is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera Epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
That's a lot of walking. You know, like going to the witness stand. Oh, shut up!
Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then.
They
Who
would be
will
besties
be
with
my
Fisher.
opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
My good, we were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. The prosecution.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
We did.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
I'm gonna eat some snacks.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Oh.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Wow.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
I was like, this house is weird.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's part. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you,
She's so pretty.
traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share the secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Yeah, Nervilette scares me too when he's like being serious.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation. What did Farina want to say to me before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Oh.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Is that allowed?
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Became Lenny's attorney. Thought it was clear her identity. The House of the Hearth was revealed.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
The truth behind the serial disappearances of young women case. Bashir kidnapped and dissolved many young girls.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
And I really believe Child to be innocent. The Archers judged him as guilty in the end. And even Farina didn't know why.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
He already probed Farina on her own and believes it is possible that not only is Farina not really the Archon, but that she is afflicted with some sort of curse.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
So the Forbidden Zone. It's probably book now is temporarily pushed back by Nervilette's power.
According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Floating in the sea in a dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Only protection of dead members of the Spina this would have prevented her. Bitch, I'm still crying over Malus and Silver. I was so sad.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Yeah. Surely certainly happened, but you didn't give up all hope. Okay.
The prosecution and the
I thought
defense
Silver
are both
was
in position.
suspicious.
The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, nervy-let.
Yeah,
There's
me
no
too. I
need
was
to
like,
repeat
goodbye,
all the
Demoiselle.
unimportant
Like,
legalese. Just fast forward to the part where
I
the
thought they could be
prosecution lays out my
resurrected.
offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Holy shit.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
Getting paid.
I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Yes, sir. Oh my God, he knows.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
Isn't that bribery?
We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
God, think of what do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Oh God, irrelevant child's conviction. The time went in. Even Farina didn't know why. It's like this one, right? Where Arlecchino was like, she doesn't feel like the Archon.
You may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Yes, let's go. Oratrice makan like din at least cut it now.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, the one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Child's conviction, this one. Even Farina didn't know why.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
Yeah, he's getting mad at Farina for not giving proper answers.
It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
So, sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon?
She's sweating.
There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Let's go, Paimon! You're doing good.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
No.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
Because you are.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me, please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human, and if she's only human... Truth behind the truth. Wait! Navia falling into sea. Are we gonna try to dissolve her or something? Are we gonna ask her to touch primordial seawater?
It has been established that all Fontanians
Oh
can
my
dissolve
God.
in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Is she gonna... Uh-oh. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
My goodness.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Maybe it's
I'm
a curse.
fine. Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here. I haven't been dissolved. Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you are present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
So it's just diluted.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for
the
a
empty
sample
seat
that
was
is
for
not
Siegewing.
concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard safeguard for Farina's life. You secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching the water human. She was willing to die? This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it was actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Does. Nobody believes her now.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Even the Valette isn't believing her anymore.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Uh-oh.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's just too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
Oh my god. Girl, what are you doing?
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Huh?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
The Oratrice just declared Farina to be innocent.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
Oh my god.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
I'm having goosebumps.
Sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
It was more strange as instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
So someone else is getting punished? So it's not Farina, is it?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Baby.
Is
The trial's still going?
Oh, hold on. Wait, I'll be back. Hello. I'm back. Let's go.
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
He's so cute. With help from the other Fatui, Freminate brings a stone slate to the stage.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh.
They found it.
So the Knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
No, baby.
Doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Oh, wait.
So what do you see? What is it?
Okay, I'm officially back. So what do you see? What is it? The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
So, select to check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to stones in the incidents recorded in your notebook. There you can verify said contents. As verification for continuous fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
The real events were prophecy on the slates. Ruining in the ruin show prophecy of history, featured the first piece of the original from me. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine to turn Oceanids into people. Just check it. Yeah, can we all verify?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Yeah. Okay, this one. So it's like the religious history of the future, social celestial floating in the sky, and they heard people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment upon them. Judge him was guilty in the end, even Farina didn't know why. And just what is sealed with it for Farina is power. When you get you kind of release a prophecy, what will certainly happen, but you needn't give up hope. Via this sentence.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
The Hydro Archon is taking it to the sea, surrounded by many people. This is what happened with Navia. It began to go. Navia fell into the water containing primarily only the protection of dead members of the stream prevented her from dissolving.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Stone slate in the ruins showing prophecies of the history of the future. This is the fourth slate. It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulates a fontaine shall eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydra Archon will sit alone in the throne and weep.
That doesn't sound
Alright, sorry.
That doesn't...
No, okay.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropete
so
was
funny
nearly
having
flooded
X
with
on
primordial
Child's Face.
seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropete was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it, but then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelation.
Let's hear them.
The first light reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Oh. The Eidolons.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Oh man. I'm back. I'm back.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Fuck?
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What is the third slate supposed to represent then? Maybe the people rescued the Hydro Archon, right?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Feels like there's no way out of this.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Oh, I have? Wait, could it be? What happened? What is this a true source of the catastrophe?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
What is this true source of the catastrophe? Huh? Oh, yeah, yeah. What the fuck? Oh, it's just the last one. Okay. What is it? Rough size will likely spread from here. Revealed. Found that the judge was guilty. Actually, she's afflicted with a curse.
That doesn't sound quite.
No, bitch. Is it N?
That doesn't sound.
What is it then?
It was both dream and reality.
It's the whale in the dream.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So the primordial sea is angry or something. Oh my god. What in the fuck? My fucking brother called me and I missed it! Oh my god. Oh shit, beach. Oh my god, there he is. Oh my god. I love him. Ew. Oh my god, we have to go. Child! My love, my one true love. My boyfriend, look at me. Oh my god. Breathe some more.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I believe it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Oh.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
So it wants to take the Oceanids.
Precisely.
To get more power.
That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Thank you, Mr. Harbinger.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Go fight it yourself, Lovey.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything still turned out like this, we couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What is a real secret? Oh my fuck.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
She hasn't moved.
No, I still need answers.
What? What the hell? What? What happened? Hello? Oh my god, hello?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you
She sounds so
deceive us?
mommy.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Oh shit.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy.
Yeah,
Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass, and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Damn.
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiar.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do. Even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Oh my goodness.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principle. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy.
Yeah, it is.
All to
Music is
create
so
a
good.
deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
Yeah, I bet so too.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oh, jeez. Came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina, what is she doing here on stage? Probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I may be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. If this is her human self. My goodness, what? Hold on, let me take a picture. It's like so serene. I don't know. So lonely looking.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest.
Off, please.
Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her, even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. I gotta turn off the lights.
Dear audience,
oh
the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Not back.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! My name echo in song. Shower me with praise.
This could get a little chilly.
That's all the spotlights turned off in Farina's heart. They must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? What is that? Front row seat? Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1, before a mirror, Farina. Oh. I am her. Where's Traveler? I am she. I want to take a screenshot of this. Just in time.
Farina. Farine.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
False alarm.
I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me?
I love her dress.
How can this be?
So pretty.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Ascension speech for Rena. Oh shit. Why am I dripping wet? Oh god. What in the fuck? The music, man. The silence.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Ew.
Hey,
Is that
did you hear
why
that?
she's trying
She
to...
even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Ew. Is that why she has to be
What's going on? Why is everyone
haughty and,
suspecting me of being a fake?
Yeah.
Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here,
That's why she has to
no
act so
saving the
arrogant?
people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena.
She's not allowed to be humble.
Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Someone carries resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away.
Everything's making more sense.
Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Holy shit. Opera House Arena. Oh. There's a bed?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be safe. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
It's getting depressing. I'm so sad for Farina. Scene 4, Opera House Arena.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Me too, man. I don't know how I would have coped.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 182 something.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
She sounds like she's crying.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
This is why we can hear her crying in the fountain.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tear. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Man. Upper House Farina
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. From when we were within that giant magic box. I didn't think that scene would replay in your inner world. Surely I'll find out what you wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Yeah.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared,
I believe so too.
You can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
Yeah, that's true. She was hoping...
A witness? Yes. I've
can't
heard
stop
that you
acting now.
came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright, Farina? You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say.
Oh my god.
I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Yeah, it is.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine. Yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Holy shit.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice, but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Oh, he's such a baby.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Aww.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possess. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin,
BFF with the Faturina.
then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know
I ship
that I
them.
can never declare them to be guilty.
She's so cute. She's so pretty. Excuse me, bitch. Oh man.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain
Same.
call has come. I know I may not sound
I was like,
it,
ain't
but
no way. Nobody
faced
is
with
like worthy of Neuvillette.
I
But no,
find myself a
Focalors
little
proved me
afraid.
wrong.
Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No. Oh, goodbye. Yeah. Stab me with a spoon. My love.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
have you ever seen any stick?
My goodness, Risley. Why did you say that? Okay. Oh my goodness, Neverlet. That was emotional. Shut up, Risley. I'm trying to be sad.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
Me too.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
He's so mad, he's so angry. He's like, bitch, you made me witness the murder of the love of my life.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea
He
from
had to
that
make
creature.
him live with them for a long time just so he understood how good humanity is. What the fuck?
We should seize the opportunity
I'm not
to
okay.
pursue our quarry.
She was just like, Neverlet, you need to meet the humans. You obtained power just now.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean
The
me?
root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Let's go. You know, my wallpaper has been Child's Constellation ever since I got my PC. Yeah, it hurts me in my meow meow. Oh my god.
We're going to execute
Oh.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I have already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within.
What in the
I shall
fuck?
share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Is it immune to Hydra, or can the baby still fight him? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Hello?
Let's light it up!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Come on, it's so big, you can't miss it. What's happening? Come back! That's fine. Destroy the
Everybody stand back!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Where is it? Hello? Where are you? Oh my god, I can't see. Oh, it's mad now. Hey! Oh god, oh god. Bitch, the music!
Thingy over there. It looks really scary.
Let's go, sir. Oh my lord, Jesus Christ. What are you? I was not prepared with a healer.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment.
Wait.
Use my power to suppress its root from within.
I'm going in!
As one with wind and cloud, into the wind.
Let the world collide!
Have a safe trip. Way now.
Let's light it up!
Oh, wait. Oh shit, I did it.
May I present?
One with nature.
Everybody stand back!
Let's begin. Time to improvise.
Oh! Let's go, dubstep. You're right, dubstep. Oh my god. He's beautiful. Is he coming back to oh! Oh! Holy shit. What? Child! Hi! He didn't even get a chance to say something. What the hell?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to
Master's
swing my
pet!
sword 3 million times as penance.
3 million. 3... Disciple?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this
Her
world.
leggings are magical.
So you may speak to me as equals.
I don't like her shoes. What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Her words don't match the words on the screen. Even my disciples might...
All in all,
yeah, it's
it
pretty.
fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Him?
His name is Sertologi.
That sounds like a pasta. Is that racist to say?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Gold!
Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest,
Rhindaughter is her
all
master.
of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
Her pet is a whale.
But I suppose
a
you
narwhal.
understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh no, so it... Bitch, what is that?
Then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Bitch. So all that rain made a flood? What in the hell is happening? Oh no, kill him.
Hey! Help! Over here!
It says Risley's boat.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
So handsome.
Hurry!
Come on, my man. My handsome man. Go for it! He's beautiful. What the fuck? Hello. What's up?
Look, the water's receding.
Put your hands on me, Risley. Oh my god, I'm drowning. Risley, somebody help me. Oh my god, I need CPR.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Holy shit, man. It's over.
Are you alright? We're saved.
The prophecy was wrong.
She's free. Man, this is a long quest.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's
I'm
present
gonna cry.
and future.
My head hurts.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, booner brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
It might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things work.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh. For better tomorrow. Wait a minute. Can I? No. Apparently not. Fuck. Oh. Is this from the whole quest? Should it just take it? Fine. There we go. None of that shit. Oh, are you gonna say something? Nothing? Okay. Let's go get our rewards. How do I, how do I compare? I don't know. I feel like I like them both equally. Like, I don't know, the fact that like I'm a huge like the fact that they I don't know how to explain it. Just I'll hate them being there. I'm like a big.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
I think the previous one was also really good, and this one it's just like there's a chance that everyone dies in this one. So it's like the emotions are like you're kind of like more scared for this one, I guess. The other one was just like I don't know, like I'll hate that was there. A child didn't say anything in the last scene where he shows up and he's just. I mean, Alheta was there, Calve was there, and also Tainari is also one of my favorites. I don't want it. I'm like, Scaramouche was also there, and like that scene where like. You know that scene where we fight him off. I think that was also like I'm very emotionally attached to the previous Archon Quest. That's what like I feel like they're different. You know, like they're too different for me to be like, oh, I like this one better. Like I love Risley being here as well. Like damn. I can't pick. Just because I don't like. I don't know. You're right. I mean, how could I not appreciate this big hunk of a man? I can't pick between the two. I'm just like, I want both. Can I just have both? How do you get down from here? Is it stairs? Do you, like, if I was just like a regular human, how do you get down from here? It's like over there. Do you just jump?
Navia!
I do love his art.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
I feel like the stakes are different.
Hey, just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here
The
too.
Fatui definitely have like a better role in this one also.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević.
Like
He
they're definitely
represented
like
the
big
Nave
bad
in sending us a
villains
large amount of
in the
supplies,
previous Archon
and
Quest,
is
but this
helping
one
with our work.
they're being very helpful for some reason.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we are moving forward.
I mean, I was pretty excited
That
for
will have to be
Dottore
enough.
from the last Archon Quest.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Is there gonna be a jump scare? Okay, never mind.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already know? You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
We're going to see Risley. Wait, hold on. They're gonna say something.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got
Hey,
time, right?
no, we're not gonna acknowledge that. Hell nah. No, Navia, get away from Risley.
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow.
There's
Like
no
we've got a
ride
menu
happening.
or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snežević?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snežević. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
Aww. Besties. Okay, stay away from Risley. Shh. The only person riding Risley will be me, bitch. Ain't no one else getting that vroom vroom, you know. Man, damn. Where are we going? Is this correct? We're fine. We're fine. That's so stupid.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing it.
I've been missing you, Risley.
Dude, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
Our man.
Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Smile for me, sir. It's fine, you don't have to. Shh. Go away, Charlotte.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
I will go down on my knees for you. I didn't say that. No. I'm so normal. Oh, is this the lovers?
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte.
I didn't say that at all.
Do
I
these
think I
pictures
coughed.
really need to be published
Risley,
on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
He ships them.
Might this interview be very important to you then?
They have something going on and they're just shy. They're like enemies to lovers, rivals to lovers or something.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for
his
that loss?
titty is like protruding out. Look at it. He has like a big chest to protect his soft heart. I'm saying, look, it's like curved. It's like, what's the difference between concave and convex? Convex is like going inside, right? Concave is like going outside. Yes, exquisite chest, precious chest. Look, it's like curvier than my cheek. It's like protruding from his body. He got them big titties, like you know that meme, that TikTok that was like a child talking to a man and she's like, "Can I pet your titties?" He's like, "What? What? My titties? Yeah. Can I pet your titties?" And he's like, "Oh, my kitties." except it's me saying, "No, I made your titties." Really doesn't know how to squeeze opportunities for all.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
They're a couple,
Did
alright.
you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
She's so cute, but she terrifies me.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
When are they gonna kiss?
I see. Lots of
I
things
would
happened
take
that
walks
day,
with
huh?
you all day, sir.
Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
The followers, child's followers, they're waiting for him.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine.
Oh,
and the
they're
bad
waiting
being
for
that they must
him
face
still.
extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Do you think
here.
if Charlotte took like good pictures of Risley where he poses like a model, the crime rates would increase? I mean, they're like, oh my God, Duke, Your Grace, arrest me. He can't have an interview. The crime rates would increase if they know what he looks like.
Thanks for your cooperation.
They're like, oh my God, sir, yes, punish me.
Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right.
Exactly.
Last stop, the docks.
I would probably just want to stay here if I did this. As depressing as it would be to not see the sun.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Exactly, but like he's gonna be like, no, the crime rates are gonna increase. You can't do that, Siege. Poor Fontaine is gonna wonder like why are suddenly women and men and like non-binary pals, they're just like suddenly robbing or like doing like those weird laws that Fontaine has.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know?
He knows the crime rates are gonna increase.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurrier and Miss Lurvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
I need to take pictures of the dad and child talking. Head to Maritime Harbor. Jurrier. It's them.
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the flying ship may have many uses in the future, and the journalist asked me what I thought of them. Seriously, how would I know anything about that? Flight is just flight. Whether people want to use a flying ship to broadcast good news or organize weddings is none of my beeswax.
A wedding? Huh.
Are you gonna want to have a wedding? Are you gonna want to have a wedding?
Why are you looking at me like that?
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and what does that have to do with us anyway?
True. What does that have to do with us?
They're having feelings. They're feeling something, you know. Can you feel the love tonight? Maybe they're just both in denial, and it's just like painful pining for each other, you know. Why are we here? Oh, we have to go down. There's a calm surrender. I'm just gonna die once I fall, aren't I? Because it's gonna be under a quest. And then it's gonna take me to a cutscene. Linny! It's them! Hello! Lynette and Femine.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Ain't no way, no.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Aww, sounds like that was so
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
What the fuck?
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some Nervalette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true.
He never got to say anything.
We've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
Child.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in
It was
Fontaine
just
too much
a
mind.
puppet in Fontaine once
I
again.
would have done them regardless.
They used him in Leeway and now they use him in Fontaine.
Are you going to take the
Have you
Gnosis
seen
back to
the memes they had about like Farina's demo where they're like a new boy band on the left and it's like Child, Risley and Nervalette and they called it Russian roulette.
That is our duty as harbingers. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved
Please
alone,
be playable.
and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us. Excuse me. Deliver this. His
A
vision.
vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
I would be
hello?
down on my knees.
If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
Aww, feminine.
I will.
The sea breeze
She's
is quite
scared.
pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Goodbye, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friend. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts
He
later.
is. He's
so
so
we'll
in
get
love.
going now.
Like he
Have a
always
good
like
day, you
his
two.
heart eyes whenever he's looking at us.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Nervalette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that
Listen.
he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Okay, shut up, Paimon. I'm trying to show something. Linny, look. Have you heard? Not you, Linny. Have you heard his good morning? It's so sus.
Come on, just 5 more minutes. Huh? Oh, it's you. I thought it was the radiance of the sunlight on my skin that I felt. Turns out it was your radiance all along.
He's so flirty. Linny, calm down. Keep it in your pants. Shut up, Linny. He's so sick.
Achoo! I've heard
He's
some say
rizzing
that
us
when
up
you
all the time.
sneeze, it means that someone's thinking about you. Is it Lynette, I wonder? Or is it you?
He's so flirty, and I'm like, lady, shut up. I'm not trying to get married with you, Lily, please. Look for Novelette. Let's finish this.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
That's so funny. The entrance is there, and it like goes to over here, right? Look, how long did that take to build?
So, you really are here, Novelette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Also, I received the emblem in your Serena's endless performance to save Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign!
Had to watch the love of his life die.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
That still makes me so sad about Melus and Silver, though. Oh, that's so nice that Novelette had the power this whole time. He didn't know.
Must have counted on you to make that decision
He
as
forgave
well.
them all.
Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment the Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people.
It seems from
He's
your
smiling
expressions
fondly,
that you still have
remembering
more things you
Focalor.
wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the initial verdict that was passed on, child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
So the Oratrice was trying to blame him or something.
As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Yeah, maybe they did it. Maybe the Oratrices did it on purpose because if he, yeah, exactly, he's being used again. Because if he didn't go to the Fortress of Merpeed, he would never have found the Primordial Sea. And if he never found the Primordial Sea, he wouldn't have seen the narwhal, and he wouldn't have fought with the narwhal this whole time.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time.
And the narwhal would have broken into the opera before it was the right time.
Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question.
Sorry, child. You don't deserve to be treated like this.
Real humans, were the
What if they use him again in Shneznaya?
Life has always flowed like water.
He's most likely
Do
gonna
you
get used in
recall how
Shneznaya
Fontanians
again.
would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Some people were saying, like, don't you think it's funny that, like, Child is just a very religious guy? Child, that feels like, if you think about it, like, would you ever be in a relationship with someone who's like uber religious, who would always choose like their god over like siding with you? I would be like, in person, but not, you know, like, but Child, like, it's so weird to think he's just a really religious guy.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom.
Yeah.
But instead, a form of ritual.
Imagine if somebody was like, oh, I'm doing this because God told me to. I am God's strongest warrior.
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
I can't wait for you to meet God.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use.
I think my coworkers are betraying my God.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal, but now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function.
He does. He loves her.
This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really
so
quite
powerful.
useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to
You know, I
function.
really did not expect
The
how
Hydro
fast
Archon's
the
divine
yeeting
throne is now
of
no
a child
more.
was gonna be.
And I do not need the Gnosis'
I thought there would be
power.
something like I thought there would be more tension, but no, you yeet it immediately. You see him like just lying there and then
As
gone.
such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
No, they were like, "Oh, you're too important. Goodbye. Time for you to sleep."
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a
over?
travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oh my god, his voice actor is so sexy, so hot.
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere
I
you
mean,
look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I wish I could deny that I was a monster fucker. Capitano himself is hot as fuck.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Don't
In the
tell anyone.
meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Aw.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
That's all.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp.
Intelligence division.
So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Yes, what's going on? Show me. I have not had lunch yet. I'm saying. I didn't even have
Well,
breakfast.
we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The water is so pretty.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
Not dressed like she's from Genshin. She looks like she's from Honkai Impact.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget?
She's so small.
You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes.
The third descender? The third? Is it? The third? This descender is that's not our sister, right? Because our sister was our twin was not considered a descender anymore. So who's the third descender?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
A gnosis?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Is that why he's getting rid
What
of
do
the
you
noses?
mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
Can some
And
person
my
be
reason
clear
for no longer
once?
wishing to return to the surface.
We're not allowed to know what the gnosis
This
is yet. We're
third
just getting.
descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Wait, what was that?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that
Are
information
we
on
gonna
to
turn
you.
into a gnosis?
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remain?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. It gives me one of the all I know is related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died. Yeah.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Are they all from descenders, all the Gnosis?
I wonder. Does your body also possess similar properties?
Yeah, we can change elements!
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as
That's
special
fucked up.
compatibility, right? No, let's
Are
not
we
think
gonna
about
be the
this
final
stuff right
piece
now.
in the Tsarita's plan?
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die soon.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
You understand the will of the gods.
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Damn. What holy hell. Holy in the fuck hell. Bitch, what in the fuck? I'm gonna give Traveler a constellation. BRB.
Just what will we come across this time?
Man, what in the fuck? Tell us why movement speed decreased. Sorry, possessing skills every 2 seconds. Essentially, presently protected by an aegis. I see. I don't see. I
Witness my
yeah. I sure. Okay. I have so many questions. What do we do now? No, wait. Never let. Wait. Shh. Picture. Come on. Hee hee. Wait. Take away the squid. Squid, go away. Squid. Picture together. Shall we take a picture including the sky or something? There we go. Yeah, so gorgeous. So I'm very bad at taking pictures. Thinking, confident. You can't tell the difference.
Being too popular can
Where's-
be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Okay, there we go. Exactly.
It seems from your expressions that you still have... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I'm done.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Okay, love you. Bye. Where do we go now? Oh my god. Wait, I should wait. Vaporize reaction. You get significant. Oh wait. I really do not have Ayato. I wanted to save for Ayato, but now I don't have wishes left. Let's go, sir. By God. I hope Ayato and Neverlet meet at some point. I want them to be friends.
Fire it up! Into the wind.
Can you die already? Come on, let's go. What? His weapon is the flute. Painful. Wait, can I change their weapons? No, apparently not. I got the wrong weapon.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it.
Here's Becca! Don't get too close!
Be still.
Okay. Let me in.
Following orders. The wind knows me.
Cascade.
Fire it up!
I'm getting sick.
doing that, Miss Ma'am. Imagine if I didn't know how to use Ayato. Come here.
Everybody stand back! Supporting fire! Don't get too close! Fallen leaves, adorn my night into the wind!
Mind the deluge. Be still.
Where's the... Where... Son of a bitch!
This one's well done. Check this out! I got you covered! You need to hurry up! Unfortunate fault!
There we go.
The wind knows me.
Kamisato Arc. Suiyu.
I'm going in! Supporting fire! As one with wind and cloud!
Cascade.
Oh, there we go. Hey. Yay. I like how they limited the amount of characters, I guess. I don't know. And that they have trial characters for all the stuff now. Wee. You think I should keep pulling for Farina's sword? I don't think I have enough. Should I just save for somebody else? Or should I keep pulling for her sword? I swear, like I am tempted and I have been pulling, but I am not even close to like 60 pity. I do not have Festering Desire now. I did not have Genshin at the time. I see, okay. Understandable. I have her I have her with Favonius. Where are we going now? I'll do... Wait. I should at least do artifacts on stream. Maybe I'll get like better luck. I see. Fontaine fishing sword? Okay. Where do you get that sword again? The here, right? You can just teleport to there? Wait, no, never mind. It took us here. Oh, okay. Wait. Let me check. I know they're selling swords here also. What's the sword? What's the sword? Claymore. Wait, I already have the sword. Finale of the Deep. Do I have it? What's the Finale of the Deep? I don't think I made it. I'd like to have something made. Where is it? Finale of the Deep. Oh, this one. Yeah. These attack will be increased by 12%. Bond of life worth. This effect can be triggered when bond cleared a maximum of 150. Oh, that's nice. But it's only base attack. It's only attack though. I don't think that helps. Maybe it helps with Gene or something. I don't know. How do we get there? Man, the song that plays when you're underwater is still so nice. Excuse me, pardon me. Ay, putang ina, that's not what I meant. Amazing. Look at Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am. I need to buy something from you. Ew. Oh, there's a quest with her. Is this one? Increases the mental skill crit rate. That is. Oh, that's nice. I haven't fished anything. Man, I need to start fishing. Oh, it's the ugly one. It's the one that looks like a pipe. Wait, oh, disgusting. I see. Yeah, attack isn't helpful. Excuse me. I'll fish later. I will fish off stream. I want to use Lini. Yeah, that's nice. But I want to use...
I applied for vacation. Not now.
Let's light it up!
Stars, shine for me.
Everybody stand back! Huh?
Time to shine!
Let's get this show on the road.
My guiding stars. Cold, line to command.
I'm going in!
Let my name echo in song!
You better die, bitch.
Clever trick.
There we go. Ta-da! Beach. I'll do that later. I got 3. I need crit damage, please. Crit damage of this circlet. Please. One more time.
Don't be scared.
Everybody stand back!
Time to shine!
Yoo-hoo!
A round of applause. Now disappear.
Fight the girl. Fight the girl first.
The night
Let's
is
go.
cold.
Let's go, baby.
Cold, line to command.
I'm going in! Huh?
Let the world come alive!
Let's get this show on the road. Step right
Did
up.
you see that 200k, bitch? Let's go. Give me my bursts. Thank you. I need a proper quick damage. Yes. I keep saying like I want to play other characters, but Lenny keeps proving me wrong. It's his way of flirting. He's just like, you don't need anybody else. I'm right here. I got your back.
Not now. Don't be scared. The night is cold.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's luck.
Time to shine.
Here comes the finale. Now disappear.
My guiding stars. Shower me with praise.
Oh, I can do this.
Cold, learn to command.
Everybody stand back.
Bitch, come back.
Name echo in song.
Let's get this show on the road.
Mademoiselle Carboletta. You know how the seahorse is called Cheval Marron? Apparently that just means seahorse in French. Cheval Marron. Hello, welcome. I know it's late, but like I just finished the Archon Quest, so I'm just trying to do artifacts on stream. Yeah, it sounds so fancy. How are you?
Not now. Stars, shine for me.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let the world come alive.
A round of applause.
Yes, I did. I installed it right right during stream.
Step right up.
Because the previous one stopped working for some reason. I don't know what happened. Well, I had it on and none of the messages were showing up. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll just look for some free chat widgets. Yeah, I was like, fine, okay, I installed it right on stream.
Learn to command.
I'm going in. Let my name echo in song.
Let's get this show on the road.
I need you to hit.
Now disappear.
There we go. Yes! 100! That was cool. It's cool. Oh, wait, I have something else new. It was a sign. And luckily I found like a free chat box widget. And I also got new eyebrows. Oh, thank you for the biddies. No, I didn't get any good ones today. It's fine. But also I must rest. Or like, do you guys want to see me fight the weekly boss? Where did it go, by the way? I don't know where it is. Where's the weekly boss? Wait, do we not get it? Like, Do we only get it after? Wait. Is this it? It is! Okay, I found it. Never mind. There we go. Anger brows. Ow. Shadow of another world. Yeah, I want... Oh, never mind. I don't have resin. Sadly. Maybe next time. Maybe tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. Because I haven't had lunch yet and I'm hungry and I'm tired. I've been streaming since what, like 9:50 in the morning. I just need only a little bit left until I get the wings. Yay! Okay. All right. I'm just going to end stream here. Ow! Stretch. Stretch. Doesn't work. Right. Yes. I'm going to end stream here. Thank you everyone who came by. Thank you to those who lurked. Thank you to those who came by to say something, and thank you anyway to those who didn't say anything either. I appreciate you all, and as always, yes, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming to the stream as well. And as always, if you missed
Lynette is doing right now.
the stream,
Missing me to
I will
death,
be
I'm
uploading
sure.
my VOD on my VOD channel. Yeah, exactly. I'll be uploading my VOD on my VOD channel if you missed it, and see you tomorrow. We'll do maybe we'll do Farina's Archon Quest. All right, not Archon Quest, Farina's story quest. Yes. Not yet. Okay. See you later. Bye bye. I'll drink off stream. Bye bye.